Hello. Woo! What a great shot. That's fantastic. Oh, that's called a jib shot. Yes, we've got this fancy jib. Hello, and welcome to Shop on TV with me, Rob Locke. With an E. This is a very special presentation for numerous reasons, mostly because of the products that we are featuring for the next 2 hours and 10 minutes, but also because it's me and thee tonight, and that means I have my trusty iPad at the ready, and any one of you who's watching right now, I want you to be part of the show, and there are 2 requests I'm going to make of you, the audience, the most important part of Shop on TV's presentation every single night. Number 1, if you have a Mulberry Silk Duvet or pillowcase or mattress, please email the show tonight and tell me what you think of it, because we make some pretty bold claims about this bedding and they hold up. And I would love to hear from you, your experience, and please tell me I was right. And if I was wrong, tell me I was wrong. So that's request number 1. Request number 2 is this. Because it's thee and me, and because we're live on ITV and STV, just email me with jokes. Your best joke. What's your best dad joke? Please email me. Tell me about your day. Would you like a shout out on live television? I'm happy to do that. Is it your birthday or the birthday of someone you love? I will sing happy birthday in a variety of different styles. Just think of me as a dancing monkey, if you will, if you don't already. However, by the way, the email address is studio@shopontv.co.uk, or you can go to the website, click on Live on Air, and there's a message box there, and you can also contact us that way, just pop in your details and press send. Now, the thing is, and by the way, if you're watching live on TikTok as well, we're live on Shop on Sam and also Shop on TV Live. So we've got 2 TikTok streams going. I've got 2 TikTok streams, 4 cameras, and who knows, I think there are 2 spy cameras up in the ceiling as well. I'm surrounded. But, okay, so let's start from the beginning. And please, I start these shows with one other simple request, request number 3. And that is, are you a human person who needs to sleep? Or if you are a human person, you need to sleep. Every human person does need to sleep. So I'm going to ask you, for your generous, kind donation of 20 minutes of your time, because I guarantee you that in 20 minutes, I bet I can change your life for the better. Certainly, I can change your sleep for the better. Honestly, I mean it. So why don't you give me till about 1:20, maybe a little bit more, a little bit less, and then stay around for the fun afterwards. All right? Why not? Be part of the fun too. So what is Mulberry Silk? Here we have a bed. We have Mulberry Silk duvets. We have a Mulberry Silk pillow. And we also have a Mulberry Silk mattress. I have all of them, by the way. In fact, not only do I have all of them, I have all of them twice. Because, 3 times. Because I have them, my son has them in our Croydon flat. And then also we have a crew house in Warrington near our studios. And every single person in that house, the producers, the directors, me, and the floor managers, we all have Mulberry Silk duvets and Mulberry Silk pillows. Some may describe this as the finest bedding money can buy. I would describe this as the finest bedding money can buy. Many of the people who are going to email me tonight, I am sure, will also describe this as the finest bedding that money can buy. Why though? Why? All right, let me give you the cliff notes, as they call it in America, the abridged version, right? What is Mulberry Silk? Mulberry Silk is literally and I can't say this if it weren't true, if it weren't fact, because I'm on ITV and all of that kind of stuff, right? Ofcom, advertising standards, etc. I can only give you facts and opinions, I suppose. Mulberry Silk is considered to be the absolute finest quality silk that money can buy. If you had 1,000 bitcoins, a truckload of money, 28 million bars of gold, it doesn't matter how rich you are. If you wanted to buy the best silk on planet Earth, you would be buying Mulberry Silk. And there's a reason for that, and I'll explain that later. It's a nice little story. You just saw some of the strands of Mulberry Silk, because these duvets have full-length Mulberry Silk strands, 100%. The duvets And the pillows are a slight exception, a caveat I'll explain. But the duvets are basically two ingredients, or two, well, ingredients. Number one, mulberry silk. Number two, Egyptian cotton, 230 thread count. Long fibre cotton, that's it. So they are two natural fibres, and they are not only two of the strongest natural fibres, two of the most luxurious natural fibres. Anything over 200 thread count is considered luxury. So, you know, this is kind of your hotel quality bedding. That's number one. So mulberry silk, best silk money can buy. That's what it's considered to be, right? But silk itself has some really incredible properties that make this, I think, absolutely the duvet that you will love to sleep under, potentially for the rest of your life. More about that in a moment. So what are the properties of silk? Number one, and this is the main one, it has natural temperature regulating properties. Well, what does that mean? It means that silk will keep you warm in the winter and cool in the summer. Yes, when it's hot, you can actually put a mulberry silk duvet on and it will help keep you cool. Go figure, right? That's why when you get your duvet at home, the first thing you're going to think is, wow, that's really thin. That's never going to keep me warm. Yes, it will. It's not about size. There is no TOG rating with silk because it's a natural fibre, right? This duvet, during lockdown, this is when I first discovered Mulberry Silk. I was working at a different company in Peterborough, but I was also still broadcasting on ITV, right? And STV. And when they closed all the hotels, the CEO, who's actually the same CEO that we have now at Shop on TV, he put us in what are called bunker bins. Feel free to Google them. B-U-N-K-A, bunker bins. They're mini porter cabins for one person with a bed and a side table and a fridge and a microwave and a wee bathroom. The toilet was so narrow I couldn't get my bum in it. And during the dead of winter, and it was -7 degrees, I will never forget, I did a show with Mulberry Silk, with Ray Kennedy, who is from RK Sales, who is the official rep and the sole rep of and distributor of Mulberry Silk products in the UK. By the way, from the official Mulberry Silk manufacturing company, all of these products. And I was so cold in this bunker bin that Ray actually lent me a single duvet. I later bought it. So having heard all these facts about Mulberry Silk, I got back to my bunker bin and I stripped down to my boxers and I got into bed and I wrapped myself, no heating in this bunker bin, -7 outside, right? Thin walls basically between me and Mother Nature. And I wrapped myself in this duvet and it took a few minutes to sort of get up to temperature and I got to the perfect, lovely toasty temperature. Not too hot, not too cold, just, you know, Goldilocks, right in the middle, just right. And I thought to myself, this is going to get too hot in a minute because I wrapped it around me, tucked it in underneath me. It's going to get too hot. It's going to get too hot. It's going to get too hot. All right, maybe in a minute it's going to get too hot. It's definitely going to get, and it never did. When you reach your optimum temperature, it stays there because any, if you like, excess heat is dissipated. That's one of the natural properties of silk. So, in other words, whenever you sleep under this duvet, you're always going to be the right temperature. If you're a couple and you buy a big one and you run hot and your partner runs cold, it doesn't matter because both of you are going to be at the exactly right, perfect Goldilocks temperature for you under the same duvet. Number two, and that is that silk will wick away about 30% of its own weight in moisture. So in other words, when you sweat in the night, and we can sweat as much as a pint of water, I suppose, during the night, instead of waking up feeling clammy or moist, this will wick away that moisture. And that means that you are never clammy and you never wake up with undue moisture interrupting your sleep. And here's the other thing, it keeps going. Even if you have sweated into this, this has advantages over a regular duvet that's either got a hollow fibre filling, an artificial filling, a synthetic filling, or if it's feather. Number one, you can see it there. You can wash it. Even the Super King size will fit in a regular 7.5 kilo front loading washing machine. Basically 30-degree wash, use your favorite fabric, laundry detergent. It could be a liquid, it could be a tablet, it could be a powder, whatever you like. And you can use fabric softener if you so desire. 30-degree wash, you can wash it. And you can wash it as much as you like. Literally once a month, 2-3 times a month, do what you like, once every 6 months as needed. So if you buy this for kids, for example, and I recommend you do because it will help them sleep better, then that basically means if they spill something on it or if they have an accident in the night or whatever, it's not a problem. You can throw your duvet in the wash, right? And your pillow as well, by the way. Here's the next thing. Have you ever bought bedding, a duvet or pillows that are returnable? Well, these are. Not to shop on TV. I mean, we have a return policy, but RK Sales, who are the official distributor of these products, their contact info is on the tag of every product. If you are not satisfied with anything you buy from the Mulberry Silk range, you get in touch with them, you will talk to a live human being, and they will refund your money, no questions asked, with the same, as Ray always says, with the same civility that they took it in the first place. So in other words, you're not buying Mulberry Silk now, you are deciding to try Mulberry Silk now. So everything I say, everything I tell you that I know as fact, because since lockdown, what's that, 4 or 5 years, every bed I've slept on that's my own or I have any control over is covered in Mulberry Silk. I sleep on Mulberry Silk, I sleep under Mulberry Silk. If you're not happy, if it does not live up to your expectations, if it doesn't do what I say it can do now, you can send it back to call RK Sales, return it to them, and get a full refund of your money. The only thing it's going to cost you is $4.95 postage and packing, because we have to pay the postman or postal worker, postal person, and obviously that part is non-refundable. By the way, capped postage, so if you buy multiple items, with the exception of the mattress, which is $9.99, I mean $9.99 to get a whole mattress delivered to you, hello, but the pillow and everything else, it's capped postage and packing, so you only pay $4.95. But if you've bought other items, even if you do buy the mattress, you only pay the first $4.95 once. So you can have loads of items, stock up, and if you put a mattress in, you'll just essentially pay the extra $5 for that P&P. So, money back guarantee. Number 2. No, not number 2. Number 8. I don't even know where we are in the list, to be honest. Ever heard of a duvet with a guarantee on it? No? No, because they don't have them, do they? Well, ladies and gentlemen, the Mulberry Silk duvets, have a guess how long the guarantee is. It's 10 years. Your duvets are guaranteed for 10 years. If you have any kind of problem with them, within a decade, you call the same company, it's RK Sales on the tag, and they will take care of it. They'll either replace it or repair it. They'll probably just replace it, to be perfectly honest with you. 10 years. The pillow, have you ever bought a pillow with a money-back guarantee? No, they don't do them. Once you buy pillows, you can't take them back. Even though you go, oh my God, this pillow's awful. They reckon about 60% of people, if they could return their pillows, would. Well, this pillow, when it was produced, in the first year sold 86,000 pillows. And the return rate was 19 individual pillows. Not 19%, 19 pillows. It is the best pillow money can buy, I believe. So this has a 2-year guarantee on a flipping pillow. I've had my pillows for 4 or 5 years. You can wash them in a machine. I'll tell you about all the washing a bit later. So ladies and gentlemen, even if you're skeptical, at least get a pillow tonight. Dip your toe in the water, have a go, have a try. £40, £20 off, a third off. Because what always happens is people buy a pillow and they go, blimey, that Rob was telling the truth. Duh. And then my director just said they are good pillows. Do you know Paul, my director, had never slept on or under Mulberry Silk until we moved to the crew house about, what was it, 2 months ago, Paul, wasn't it? And I got Mulberry Silk pillow because I'm head of TV. He just said, I'm not getting it back. I got Mulberry Silk duvets and pillows for all the crew rooms, as I explained earlier. And Paul, the next 2 nights, all he kept talking about was, I can't believe how good this Mulberry Silk stuff is. You know, he said it really does keep you warm when you're cold and cool when you're hot. And he said, I can't, there are various things he said he doesn't like to do in bed. And actually, that's a very long story. But no, he really could not believe how good these products were. They are not just life or sleep transforming, they are life transforming. So 2-year guarantee on the pillow and 10-year guarantee on the duvets. And also there's a 10-year guarantee on the mattress as well. We'll get to the mattress later. Plus we have these lovely pillowcases that are 100%, if I can say the word, 100% pure mulberry silk. So we have the desert sand, we have the sage, we have the Arctic blue, and we have the white. And £35 is the price. They are 100% pure mulberry silk, front and back, because the biggest con these days with silk pillows is that you only get silk on one side. And then what happens if you turn your pillow over? Well, of course, with a mulberry silk pillow, you won't need to turn it over because you're not going to get hot on one side and have to flip it. No more flipping your pillows. There is one caveat with these pillowcases. Inside, through a very clever process called something that I don't know, they've sprayed a layer of cotton inside, and that's only, so it's bonded to the silk. It's only because silk, what do they say about silk? Smooth, right? Smooth as silk. And it's to stop your pillow from popping out. Because literally, it's just there for grip. But otherwise, and by the way, if you do your research, your own research about the properties of silk and sericin, which is one of the amino acids in silk, a lot of people know silk to be very good for your skin and also to be very good for your hair. And so, have a little research because these are 100% pure mulberry silk. So there you go. I've got an email. Let's have a little read, shall we? I've got 4 emails. Thank you so much for emailing me. This is from where are we? Oh my gosh, from Poppy and Riley. Hello, Poppy. Hello, Riley. How you doing? Can you do a shout out? Congratulations to my wonderful wife Stephanie for graduating university as a paramedic on Wednesday this week. Oh, this is love from her wife Fran, son Stanley, and dogs Poppy and Riley. Sorry, I just said hello to 2 dogs. Who knows, maybe they're intelligent and they can understand. Well, Stephanie, congratulations and well done for graduating. Treat yourself to some mulberry silk and then you're going to get a really good night's sleep when you are so tired from being a paramedic. I tell you what, paramedics, hospital workers, no joke here, love mulberry silk because you get quality sleep, and when you don't have a chance to do a lot of sleeping, the quality of that sleep is really important. So in all seriousness, so congratulations and thank you, Fran and Stanley, and also Poppy and Riley for emailing in. I think it was probably Fran that did the emailing. Andy says, hi mate, why was the sand wet? Because the seaweed. Lovely. Huge fan of the show. Lots of love from Belfast. Thank you very much indeed. And here we have from Arnold. Hi Arnold. I bought the mulberry silk in your show last week. It's amazing how light it is. Kept me cool in the hot weather. Yes, bedding that keeps you cool. I know. I know you're good at accents. Can you do one of Ray since he isn't there tonight? Well, what we'll do is we'll give you a money-back guarantee. We will give you back your money with the same civility we took it from you. Is that okay? Was that good enough? What do you think, TikTok? Right? Yeah. Close enough. Thank you, Arnold. I hope Ray's not watching. Nathan says, hello, Rob. Great introduction to the show with the cameras. I know. That's Rich on camera 3. Actually, he's on all the cameras. We can only afford 1 camera operator. But when you got Rich, it doesn't matter. You don't need more than 1. Loving the mulberry silk duvets. My joke is, what is a duvet's favourite song? Here we go round the mulberry bush, the mulberry bush. I have a feeling you made that up, Nathan. But very topical, so I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Do keep your emails coming in, studio@shopontv.co.uk. And again, please, anything to do with the mulberry silk, at least for the first half an hour, so my CEO doesn't fire me. So where did I get to with the mulberry silk? 10-year guarantee. Oh, and by the way, wait a minute. My producer's on the ball. There's one thing, the last thing I forgot to tell you. The mulberry silk products are covered by the Allergy UK Certificate of Approval. If you have a duvet that contains either a synthetic fibre, if it contains any kind of feather, like a goose, duck or down, it is a breeding ground for bacteria and dust mites. However, silk, dust mites and bacteria, particularly dust mites, they don't like silk. It's like it's too arid. It's like living in the Sahara Desert. You know, a few people, they wander into the Sahara Desert for a day trip, but they leave pretty soon after that. Nobody lives there because it just does not support life, their life or human life. That is true of silk and dust mites. So if you read that certificate, it says, and it covers all of Europe and many other countries around the world, that the Mulberry Silk products are effective against live dust mite, and dust mites, it's a big problem for a lot of people in terms of allergies. If you're asthmatic, now I used to be very, very badly asthmatic, and I had dust mite allergies. I had injections in my sort of pre-teen years. And the doctor said to my mother, very simply, you've just got to do everything you can to keep the aggravants to a minimum. So she was always dusting and always vacuuming my room. So if you've got bedding that actually, essentially, the dust mites are going, no, not interested. You know, this is your dust mite free, or as close as you can get, bedding, pillows and duvets, and also mattress if you go for the mattress as well. By the way, I forgot to mention, we do have 4 different sizes of the duvets. The single, we are at single figures of the single duvet. So, quick is all I can say. If you want, by the way, can I let you into a little secret? Can I make a little recommendation? Keep the prices there. I'm going to talk over them. I saved hundreds of pounds by getting a single, you know that single duvet that I bought for when I was in the bunker bin? I now, if we get chilly during the winter, my son and I sit on the sofa and we put it across our legs and our bodies, and while we're watching TV, and it keeps us warm, so we don't have to turn the heating on. And if we don't turn the heating on, I honestly saved a fortune in heating bills. Sorry, Paul, I was going to go back to the graphic actually, but here are the other sizes as well. So the single is £139. It's normally £169, hence the special price. That price is lower than we sold these for when they first launched on television 20 years ago. The prices have not gone up, they've gone down. £179 for the double. King, £199, and the Super King, £219. Now I know you, because I know me, and I know that many of us think alike. You're probably thinking, that's a lot of money for a duvet, isn't it, Rob? Yeah, but how many duvets have you bought, hated, and thrown away? How many duvets have you thrown away? Because after a while, you know, they reckon within 3 years, as much as 50% of the weight of your duvet is dust mites and their droppings and the carcasses of their former relatives. So, and you know what, look, I'm not trying to scare you into buying a duvet. I'm just saying, you know, and dust mites, we live with dust mites, they're fine. It's the droppings that can cause allergies for some people. But, you know, you throw the things away. The hollow fibre duvets, you throw them away. And for a decent one, a decent-ish one, what are they, 30 quid, 20, 30 quid? But how many times have you spent 20, 30 quid? This is guaranteed for 10 years. But the thing is with Mulberry Silk duvets, they don't stop working after 10 years. They keep going. Ray, who again from RK Sales, he's had his duvets for over 20 years. There are lots of people in this country, because RK Sales have been in business for about 60 years, so it's a very established company, and they go to shows all up and down the country. And these duvets are designed, and these pillows are designed to last you years. The duvets could very well last you. If you buy them for yourself and you're middle-aged, they could outlive you. And if you buy them for your kids, they could be middle-aged before they might even need to consider changing them. The silk, I don't think the silk would ever degrade. If anything, the only thing that eventually might give out after decades, potentially, is the cotton on the top. It might eventually wear out and become threadbare. However, you can, just to answer some basic questions, you can use duvet covers on these. Now, and pillowcases with the pillows, standard size, UK sizes. But here's the tang. Silk is a natural, again, is this wonderful natural fibre with these incredible properties. If you go and cover it with polyester, it's going to block the magic. Don't block the magic. Keep the magic working. So I always recommend, if you go to Amazon or or Dunelm or anywhere like that, get yourself Egyptian cotton duvet covers or pillowcases or a duvet set. The reason I say that is because Egyptian cotton sounds expensive, but actually you can get, I've got 300 thread count, I think, I bought from Amazon, and about 20 quid for a fitted, no, 15 quid for a fitted sheet and 20 quid for a duvet set. So make sure that you put natural fibres over the top of mulberry silk. Otherwise, you'll literally stop it from working because the properties of the silk will be blocked by a fabric which can cause you to sweat and various other things too. So Egyptian cotton. Doesn't have to be Egyptian cotton. It could just be cotton, but I'm just saying Egyptian cotton is very, very affordable. So standard size bedding goes over these. Let me talk to you about sleep, if I may. We all have to do it. It's something that is a factor of human existence. And if we don't sleep, you know what it's like. We get cranky, we get irritable. And if you don't sleep for extended periods of time, you can cause you can cause brain damage and eventually you die. I think the longest anyone was ever able to stay asleep was about 11 or 12 days, something like that. Didn't end well. I once had to stay up for a job I was doing. I think it was about 40, maybe 50 or 60 hours. It was almost 3 days. And I was hallucinating. I had conversation with a stack of TV monitors I thought was a person. Yeah, interesting stuff. So the point is that sleep's really, really important. But the thing is, you know, we especially us Brits, we wake up if we've had a bad night's sleep and we go, I've slept funny. Well, no, we haven't. We didn't wake up laughing, did we? We've just slept on the wrong bed or the wrong mattress or the wrong duvet or the wrong pillow or a combination of all three. Because I don't know a lot about sleep, but you know, sort of in a very sort of superficial way, I can tell you this. This is what I do know, and that is that my mic's gone funny. There are 5 stages of sleep that we have to go through. Different sort of types of waves and I don't know, all this kind of malarkey. 5 stages of sleep. And we have to go through all of them in order to get the full recuperative, restorative, healing, you know, recovering type of sleep that we as people need. If you get woken up at any point in those 5 stages, you can't go back to sleep and carry on where you left off. You go back to the beginning. So if you're never getting those full 5 stages of sleep, and the last one's the most important when you're in that really the deepest sleep you can be in, then when you wake up, and we've all had it, right? Where we've slept for hours, but we wake up feeling tired. That's because your sleep keeps getting interrupted. Now, there are certain environmental factors that you have to try and take care of. Number one, it needs to be dark in the room. We work on what's called the circadian rhythm. So when the sun's up, we're expected to be awake. And when the sun's down, we're expected to be sleeping. But that doesn't always work. I do shift work. By the time I leave the studio tonight and get in the car, we'll be halfway down the road and the sun will be coming up. It will be daylight by the time I get back to the crew house. We'll get back. So I have to use a blackout sleep mask to get to sleep. So darkness, sound, noise. I literally didn't sleep for nearly 3 days, or very badly, because I live next to a tram line in Croydon, and they decided that they were going to replace all of the tracks. And they were doing this construction work around the clock, including all through the night. You know, pneumatic drills, cement or concrete saws, the whole nine, several of them all going at once. I had some of the best noise cancelling headphones money can buy, and even they couldn't drown it out. There was no escaping it. So I was not in a good mood for a few days. So that noise is important. Smell is a really, really important one. Smell is actually one of your strongest senses, and it's something that most people don't think about. So have a good aroma, have a nice aroma in your bedroom. That's why a lot of people have essential oils. Lavender is always recommended as a good one for sleep. And then it comes to temperature. If you're too hot in your room, you're not going to get to sleep well. Look, it's been muggy, it's been hot, the temperature's been all over the place. We haven't been sleeping very well, have we? In a lot of cases. And that's why, again, with the Mulberry Silk Duvet, when you lay on a mulberry silk bed that has, because I have a mulberry silk mattress as well, which has got essentially it's like a duvet underneath you, amongst other things. You feel actively cooler. I mean, certainly that's my experience anyway. So what the mulberry silk does, because it regulates your temperature and helps keep you warm in the winter and cool in the summer, because it wicks away the 30% of its weight in moisture, keeping you dry, because you don't get any dust, because of the Allergy UK certificate of approval attesting to the fact that silk is an inhospitable environment for dust mites, you don't get that sort of itchy nose and the itchy eyes that you get with a lot of those, feathers and things like that, and hollow fibre duvets that are just starting to fill up with dust mites and bacteria. Bacteria might live on the surface and stuff like that, but again, you can wash this. It is a washable duvet. and it's a washable pillow. So what I tend to find is I put these in my washing machine. It's a regular 7.5 kilo front-loading washing machine. I use a liquid detergent, and I use a bit of fabric softener. Now also, let's say you've got these in the kiddies' rooms, or if you get any stains on your bedding, it's really simple. I use a Vanish gel. Now there are other oxy type products out there. You can't use an oxy powder, it's a bit too powerful. So you need a gel that is safe for silk, so just check. But that's great as a way to get rid of stains. So when I take this out of the washing machine, I hang it on a clothes horse. I kind of fold it up into quarters and lay it over a clothes horse, and it takes, I don't know, about an hour to dry, and I've got a super king size. The pillows, I put one in the washing machine at a time. You could technically fit two in, but they're a bit smushed together, and I like to give my pillows room to breathe when they're in the washing machine. And so, again, I take it out, and it takes, I don't know, about an hour and a half, a couple of hours to dry, and I sort of flip it halfway through. You can tumble dry them as well on low. But actually with the duvets, if it's a really, really hot day, you can easily take this out and pop it over the washing line and dry it that way if you want to. And actually once a year it's good on a sort of a hot day or a sunny day to put the duvet over the washing line anyway, because the UV will help to cleanse the duvet as well. So that's actually something that's really good to do. But look, you can see how easy these are to store. I actually, when I'm traveling, you can fit a Mulberry Silk pillow in one side of a carry-on suitcase, and folded up, I can fit a Super King duvet in the other side of a carry-on suitcase. So you can take your bedding with you. Now you just saw there the fibres. So essentially what happens is this. Mulberry Silk, let me start at the beginning with Mulberry Silk. So when you take, Mulberry Silk comes from silkworms. It's their cocoons that are the silk, right? So you've got a silkworm, and if you feed it on mulberry leaves, and there are three types, they're red, black and white. If you feed it on red and black, you get a very good quality of silk. If you feed it on the white mulberry leaves, you get what is known as AAA grade mulberry silk, which is known as the king of silks, the finest silk money can buy. And that's what is in this. 100% inside this duvet is nothing but pure AAA grade mulberry silk. Not offcuts, not a percentage of silk and then some other mystery fibre, just silk, full strand. So what happens is when the silkworm creates a cocoon, bear in mind, cocoon fibres are very strong. So silk is second in strength. It's the second strongest natural substance known to man, second only to spider's web. So if you sort of, if you enlarge it to the size of a steel girder, it would be stronger than the steel girder, if that makes sense. So very, very tough, very, very durable. And so what happens is when the silkworms cocoon, and by the way, the worms are fed by, they're fed deliberately. So they're in a tray about the size of the bed, full of worms. They are fed for about, I think it's about 30 or 40 days. They are fed nothing but the white mulberry leaves, the best mulberry leaves that, that they can be sourced. And then they spin their cocoons. And the cocoons, when they are removed, which they're basically soaked in tepid water, and the cocoons come off in one full strand. Each cocoon can be 1 to 2 miles in length. And so in this duvet, what they do is they take these full-length strands. 1 or 2 skilled artisans can take them a day or so, even a day to 2 days to make one duvet, depending on the size of it. And what they do is they line them all along the top of the duvet and they stitch them in place. And then they lay all the strands down and they weave them in and out like that, because obviously it's not a mile long, this. So as soon as it gets to the bottom, they come up and they go around again. And it's a very, very time-consuming and skilled job. And then once they've filled the whole of the sort of the size, the required size, with full-length strands of silk, they then they stitch in these box cassettes. So the silk cannot move, it cannot bunch, it cannot clump, right? In each duvet, depending on the size, obviously a single one will have less, but in a king-size duvet, there's about 15 miles of AAA grade mulberry silk. 15 miles! Unbroken, well, each strand is unbroken, but so 15 miles, it's about, sort of 10 to 12 strands probably, because obviously it depends on the length. That is truly incredible. And also, by the way, because silkworms are seasonal and mulberry leaves are seasonal, there are times when there is a shortage of mulberry leaves, or no mulberry leaves, and also the same with the silkworms. So the official Mulberry Silk Manufacturing Company, which is actually a Canadian company, they stopped manufacturing. They literally will never make one of their products unless they have access to pure AAA grade mulberry silk full length. Never. So it's not like, oh, we've got a lack of mulberry silk, we'll make it with little offcuts. And I'll tell you this, if you want to go Google mulberry silk duvets right now, you'll struggle to find any duvet that has 100% mulberry silk, first of all, filling. And also, if you do find 100%, you'll struggle to find any mulberry silk duvets that are full strand mulberry silk. Most that I've found, most mulberry silk duvets that claim to be mulberry silk anyway, they don't necessarily stipulate AAA grade, so it could be one of the lesser grades of mulberry silk, but also they tend to be offcuts, little pieces of mulberry silk. So anecdotally, Ray's son, Ray from Arcade Sales, normally our guest here, he went into a department store, very high-end, bougie, posh department store in Glasgow, and he saw a mulberry silk duvet was for sale. And he was like, oh, that's interesting. It was £500 for a king-size duvet. £500. And when he checked that, he said, wow, blimey, that's okay. This better be good. And he checked the label, and it was only 30, I think it was 30 or 3, one of the two. Let's say 30. Let's benefit of the doubt. 30% silk. The rest was Tussa silk, which is low-grade silk, or polished cotton. And unfortunately, particularly in the rag trade, as they call it, you get a lot of that. You get a lot of charlatans, and you get a lot of, you get a lot of marketing, rubbish, to put it nicely. And to all intents and purposes, mulberry silk duvet. Woohoo! I've won, I've arrived. No, only a percentage of it was actually silk. And it wasn't necessarily the best grade mulberry silk, and it wasn't there in, full-length fibres. This is only two things. It's AAA grade mulberry silk, 100% full-length fibres, 15 miles of it, with long-fibre Egyptian cotton. What's the difference between long-fibre and short-fibre, I hear you say? Well, short fibre is when cotton is picked by machine. And because of the process of the machinery, it breaks. It's very brittle. The cotton's very brittle. So you get short fibres because it literally breaks when it's being picked. Long fibre is when it's hand-picked cotton. So it's a gentle process, obviously, and so the fibres are long. The fibres are more durable, they are softer, they are more pliant, and so you get a higher grade of luxury in your covering. Again, 230 thread count on this. Anything above 200 is regarded as luxury. And you have pure 100% long fibre cotton on the outside of pure AAA grade mulberry silk. There are only 2 singles left, by the way. If you want the single size, please check out now. And please check out your baskets in all the sizes. Remember, by the way, the pillow's going absolute bananas. I always hug my pillow throughout the course of a show. And do you know what? Fun fact, I never get a hot crotch. Because what's a hot crotch not? I don't think that's what Michael Barrymore did, but no. At least not while he was on telly. No, seriously, I have this pillow on my lap all night long. All night long. And I don't get hot because it's mulberry silk. This mulberry silk is the bedding that doesn't get you hot. It's the mulberry silk. The mulberry silk products are the bedding that keep you cool, man. I've got an email. Let's see what it says, shall we? I've got a couple. Oh, I say. I can only see one here. This is from Lee and Nikki. On a weekend away down in London. Oh, where are you from, Lee and Nikki, originally? You're in my neck of the woods now, in London town, the big smoke. Wouldn't it be ironic if you were from Warrington or Manchester? We would have swapped places for the weekend. Loving the show tonight, Rob. Our joke is a weasel walks into a bar. The bartender asks him, "What are you having?" "Pop," goes the weasel. Anyway, Somewhere on here, allegedly, there is a second. Oh no! I say, look, we've got a fancy one. David says, bought the quilt and pillowcase. I think you're right. I am sleeping great. And Lee as well. Lee has sent in an email. Thank you very much, Lee. Oh, I like this. Lee D. I've got eczema and it gets worse when it's hot. Will the pillow keep a nice, steady temperature? Thanks. And why is a baseball stadium always cold? Because it's full of fans. I like that joke. That's very customizable. Why is a football stadium always cold? It's full of fans. Why is an ice hockey stadium always cold? It's full of ice. Anyway, no, so in answer to your question, quite seriously, look, I'm not a doctor, even though I like to play one on television. But I can't say what effect this is going to have on eczema. But I did suffer from eczema, and I will say this, yes, steady temperature. That is exactly what silk does. It is a temperature regulating fabric or material, natural fibre actually. Because if you think about it, this is the fibre it's cocooning a silkworm in China. All that comes from China. That's where it grows. That's where it comes from, right? And so the temperatures go from extremely hot to extremely cold at night. You get all these kind of mad weather conditions. It could be beating down hot sun, or it could be torrential, sort of rain. Really, like, what do they call those really heavy rain pours and things in tropical countries? Like a typhoon sort of thing. You only get an oon with typhoon. And also predators. Yes, aliens with big claws trying to... No, but there are other animals, other creatures that are trying to eat the silkworm. So that's what a cocoon has to contend with. It's tough stuff, right? So that's why it makes sense to make this stuff out of it. If you're a skier, or if you're an active mountain climber, then you're professional, even, the really, really expensive ski gear and mountain climbing gear, what's it lined with? Cheese! No, silk. For a reason. Silk is a great insulator. It really, really is. It keeps you warm, but it never keeps you too warm. So I think, in answer to your question, I think you'll find, Lee, that if anything is going to help you sleep better with eczema, it's mulberry silk. But then I generally, honestly, 100% mean this when I say, if anything's going to help you sleep better, for any reason, everyone, no matter who you are, whatever race, creed, colour, religion, age, location, mulberry silk is the way to go. There is no better bedding, in my experience. It's just, I think, the best. Claire has emailed. Let's see what Claire says, shall we? Oh, there we go again. Hi. I didn't know I could be so captivated by duvet chat. Loving your work. Claire in Hampshire. Hey, Claire, you should see me at parties. Hey, can I tell you about my duvet? Well, I try to keep it interesting, but also I have to be serious for at least the first hour. Otherwise I get told off. Not that I wouldn't love to sit here and just chit-chat with the audience. I've always wanted an ITV show where it's just us, and we talk and we email and we joke and we have a good old laugh. But I am here being paid to do a job, so I have to do that at least vaguely for a bit. But yeah, please keep the emails coming. What's your best dad joke? I want to hear your best dad joke. I haven't had a chance to sing tonight, please. If it's birthday season out there for anybody, happy birthday wishes to you. Or anyone that you know. And what you can do, here's the thing, if it's someone's birthday, right, you tell me, and I don't know if there's any way you can record the show. We used to have video recorders. I don't know what we do these days. DVR, TiVo. You can always go to our YouTube feed at Shop on TV Live and do subscribe and hit the bell icon, and we'll send you a pot of gold. No, we won't. But we will appreciate it. And but you can then give that to the person whose birthday it is and say, look, congratulations and best wishes and felicitations and glad tidings and what do we say, happy returns from the bloke on telly. And they'll go, you're sad, you need to get a life. But that's, it's a bit of fun. But also, I really do, genuinely, would you help me out? Do me a favour, folks. If you watch my show, or this show, and this one I'm on, and you've bought Mulberry Silk from me in the past, and I do most of the Mulberry Silk shows because I'm so passionate about it. Everyone remembers when I went viral on Twitter because I said I don't swear at my duvet, I swear by it, and the slogan was, or the caption was, you know, David Brent duvet salesman. If you want to Google it, you're welcome to. And I'm passionate about it because it's changed my life. It really has. I never thought so you're talking about, Claire, about being so captivated by duvet chat. I never thought I'd be the one sitting here chatting about it. I mean, of all the things, when I, you know, as a professional actor with hopes and dreams of one day becoming a household name for my acting chops, and I'm sitting on ITV talking about blooming duvets. I mean, I never thought that day would ever come or would ever happen. And I'm not dissing it. I mean, I've got a very, very nice, cushy job, very comfortable job. Thank you very much. Thanks to all this bedding. But I genuinely am passionate about it. So I don't, as I've said before, I don't care if you buy it or not. I don't care if you believe me or not. The only person that's missing out is you. Because we all sleep. We spend a third of our lives in bed on average, based on 8 hours a day, and that's not even enough. 8 hours for me is nothing. I mean, I don't sleep at all now. It's been I've written into my contract that I shall never sleep again, but at least not while I'm working for Shop on TV. But I never found 8 hours was sufficient, and some sort of the latest thinking even suggests that maybe it is more than that really for a good night's sleep. By the way, the single duvet's just sold out, so well done if you got it. Single has gone. I'll give you some stock updates in a minute. But we all have to sleep. And you know what? If you want to focus better, if you want to feel better, how many times have you had an argument with somebody because you're tired and you're just ratty and you just so regret it afterwards? I mean, poor sleep can ruin lives. It can, as you know, tiredness kills. It says it on the motorway. But also, if you've got kids and they're hot in the summer and you've just spent 20 quid on a really cheap, nasty old hollow fibre duvet. Oh, they're kids, you know, they're tough, they're resilient. And then they're like, Dad, Mum, I can't sleep. Shut up, go to sleep. I can't sleep. I said go to sleep. I said I can't go to sleep. Don't you talk back to me like that. Get them a decent duvet, because then you're helping them. You're investing in their lives in every other way, right? Kids are expensive. Believe me, I know. I speak from experience. I've only got one of them. So make sure that you give them the gift of a good night's sleep, especially if they, you know, where are we? Summer. So they're coming up to a new term. Maybe they've got exams coming up next year. Maybe they're important exams, A-levels, GCSEs, that kind of thing, going to university and all that kind of thing. A good night's sleep is essential. If you operate machinery, how many times have you struggled? If you're a machinery operator of any kind, or if you do any kind of work that requires focus and real sort of attention to detail, how many stimulants do you take on a daily basis just so you can function? Do you stimulate yourself in the morning just so that you can go to work? I want to know, seriously. How many cups of coffee? How many energy drinks? Let's face it, the energy drink market wouldn't exist if we all weren't tired all the time. We need to sleep better. And you know what? Apart from obviously the temperature in the room, the noise in the room, and the amount of light in the room, we can control to a degree, but the rest of it is our bedding, because the fact is nobody really knew. It's sort of new information in many respects, that what you sleep on and what you sleep under and what you put your head on at night, they are important. And look, be honest with yourselves, right? As I was with me when I had my wake up moment, if you'll pardon the pun. If you go and spend 20 quid on a pillow or a pack of 4 pillows, and we've all done it. And you get them, you go to a bedding shop. Oh, we've got a special on these. Big stack of them. 4 pillows for 20 quid. And you go, cool, that's a bargain. Oh, yeah, I'll have those. And then you use them and you go, what was I thinking? And then it's too late. You can't take them back. You throw them away. Well, first of all, you store them for a bit in a cupboard. Oh, we'll use them for guests. And then eventually, if the guests do come around, they're like, have you got any better pillows? And then, or in my case, if guests don't come around, then you just throw them away because they're taking up space. Same with duvets. How many duvets do you throw? I'll tell you another little story. So when we moved into the crew house, so the producers, directors, floor managers and I, and they alternate shifts, so there are not 8 of us in the, you know, there are 4 of us at any given time in the crew house. On the first night we got here, we hadn't got the Mulberry Silk bedding yet because Ray was on holiday and he was coming down for a show to do with me, and he was going to bring it all with him for us. And it was about, what was it, Paul? About a week or so before we got the Mulberry Silk. About a week and a half, 2 weeks, he said. So we went to a well-known bedding store where one might dream, and they're a very good store. I just bought 2 new beds from them, so I'm not going to knock them. But we asked them for a good quality duvets, and all they had were hollow fibre duvets. There was no other choice. So we spent, were they 30 or 40 quid, something like that? No, they were 50 quid, the duvets, weren't they? Duvets were 50, and we got two. Was it 2 each? No, 1 each of their premium, one of their premium pillows, and that was 30 quid per pillow. Because I spent a good around 300 quid, I think it was. Don't worry, I claimed it back on expenses. But so we took them back to the house, and what did we do when? Oh, I shouldn't say this. Is Jamie, the CEO, watching? Is Jamie online? Oh, don't listen to this, Jamie. Jamie's on TikTok. When all the Mulberry Silk came, we threw them away. Yeah, the pillows, the hollow fibre pillows and duvets, yeah, they mysteriously vanished. They were too hot. I never put my duvet on. I put it next to me. It was so hot. I could have it next to me, and my body heat would heat up this duvet. It was horrible. And the pillows, you could never get comfortable on one of those hollow fibre pillows. Try to fold it over. Too fat, too high. Didn't fold it over. Too low. Got a hot head. My head's hot enough as it is. But you stick it on one of those pillows, it's like a blooming furnace. And what happens? You don't sleep well. Your bedding's stopping you from sleeping well. So get the bedding that actually helps you to sleep properly, to sleep comfortably, to sleep well. Single sold out. Double, we are at 40% of the stock of the double. We've only got half the stock left of the King, and the Super King only a third. Oh, we're almost. Hurry up, we're about to sell out of all the duvets. I'm really sorry, folks. So the single, even though it's on there, it's gone. It's sold out. So please just take my word for it. But the double, 40%. Wow, we always get the most stock in the double and the King. Look, if you've got any questions, you're welcome to email me. So just to recap. We've got less than half the stock remaining of the King. We've got less than a third of the stock remaining on the Super King. The Super King may go next. And we've got less than half the stock remaining on the King. You've got to check out. You got to go buy. Because if you don't, you're going to cry. Why didn't I buy my mulberry tonight? I know it's not Christmas, but... now, Mark. Mark? Who's Mark? Oh, Mark. Oh, Mark. Hey, Mark. How you doing? My producer just said Mark's going to come in. I'm like, who's Mark and why is he coming in here? I see what you mean. Hi, Mark. Loving the show tonight, Rob. Love the impression of Ray too. Thank you very much. Don't ever tell him, please. My joke tonight is venison's dear, isn't it? I love that. That's really good. Oh, dear. Yeah, I love a good dear joke. Now Steve's coming in. God, they're all coming in now, aren't they? Hi, Steve. How are you? Rob, I was going to tell you a joke about paper, but it's terrible. Oh, yes, that's the level. You found my level. I'm trying to think if I actually know any clean jokes. I don't think I do, if I'm being honest. Let's see here. Hi, Rob. This is from Chris Beckers, my old mate Chris Beckers, who's been a viewer for years and an avid supporter of the show and also of my lacklustre career. And I've bumped into him several times. In fact, he even came to the studios when we were in Covent Garden. Hi, Chris. How you doing? Hi, Rob. Can you wish my nephew Oscar a happy 11th birthday? I can do better than that. You want to do this on 3? Okay. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Oscar. Happy birthday to you. Oscar, good name. I would love to have an Oscar one day. They're all doing this. Blooming chic. Well, I didn't have a backing track. Sound much better when you can barely hear me. Simon, from the Isle of Wight. I've always wanted to go to the Isle of Wight. Our CEO was promising maybe we'd go over there for like a crew party one day. Hopefully we will, because I've heard it's beautiful. Nearly went when I was on my holiday, but then my holiday turned into a disaster and never went. So anyway, haven't got time to tell you about that. Here's one for, I'll actually just concentrate on what you're saying, Simon, if that's all right. Here's one for you. I used to have 2 fish. When one died, I still had 2. Ha 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 ha! I don't get it. I used to have 2 fish. Oh, I used to have 2 fish. 2 fish to fish. When one died, I still had 2. I'm really sorry, Simon. You're going to have to explain it. Maybe they have a special kind of humour on the Isle of Wight that I'm not getting. Ollie says, hi, Ollie. How you doing, mate? The white leaves for the worms make a huge difference on my sleep. I've suffered from insomnia for a long time. This changed my life. It's true, Ollie, isn't it? People think I'm being ridiculous when I say that the Mulberry Silk bedding will change your life. It will. Can I be honest with you? I probably will get into terrible trouble for saying this. But the thing you'll get to know about me is I am honest, 100%. In my 20s and my teenage years, I was a right tinker. And I had a bit of an epiphany, I suppose, in my 30s. And I made a genuine choice that I would not lie. And I don't, and I haven't. Now, sometimes it's really tricky, but and sometimes one has to sort of dance around the truth a little bit, but I never ever will tell a direct lie. So I'm very honest. So if I don't want to say something to somebody because my honesty would offend them, I just don't say anything. But when I'm on telly, for some reason, that filter goes away. So I'm going to be brutally honest here, and I genuinely mean this because honestly, I care. I know this sounds like a load of old rubbish, and you're like, who's that bloke on telly? Who does he think he's fooling? Look, I am what you see. Prick me, I bleed. I am a human. I am flesh. I am blood. And I'm also a consumer. And also, like you, I have to sleep. And like you, I've had terrible sleep for years and years and years. And I finally found the solution. The reason I do this job is very selfish. I'm so selfish because I want to keep my job. So do you know what I do to keep my job? Oh, the cheek of it, the barefaced cheek of it. What I do, I tell you the truth. So when you buy the product and you get it and you realise I'm telling the truth, you go, that blooming Rob, he told me the truth. I'm going to buy from him again. And then the boss goes, they keep buying from you, you can keep your job. I get to feed myself, put a roof over my head, feed my child, make sure he's okay, get him a Christmas gift here and there, maybe a birthday one or two if he's lucky. I get to enjoy my life, and I get to then also present to you things that make you happy. And actually, I'm being ironic, but the bit that is absolutely truthful here is I genuinely get a kick out of knowing that when you get this at home, how much it's going to please you and how it's going to change your life. And I like that. I am a people person. I always have been. I love people. I'm very personable. If you ever see me in public, I always look like my resting itch face is I look like I'm going to murder somebody. I look like a Russian gangster or a gang. Other types of gangster are available, obviously, and so I think sometimes people are too intimidated to come and say hi. But I'm a total puppy dog, and if you ever see me in public, come and say hello. And also, if I'm ever in a pub, come on over. We'll have a pint together. I promise. But the point, and if you buy me a pint of beer, I'll be your friend for life. I honestly, genuinely, like everything one could argue we do in life is for selfish reasons. But I genuinely, it makes me happy to make you happy. So now I've said all of that, here's the soap moment. Oh, what's happened? I'm back. Is my mic back? Hello? Oh, I think I just on my mic. Please. Mic working? Hello?
At Shop on TV, our goal is to provide you with the best shopping experience possible. Our team of shopping experts is dedicated to sourcing the latest, greatest and most desirable products at the lowest prices available, delivering them to you quickly and conveniently and ensuring your complete satisfaction. We're passionate about maintaining the highest standards of quality and service every step of the way from design to dispatch. You'll find us on ITV1 and STV from midnight to 3 a.m, Freeview Channel 89 from midnight to 6 p.m, and on YouTube at Shop on TV Live. Our daily broadcasts are your TV window into the global marketplace, presenting you with a collection of carefully curated must-have items, demonstrated by our on-air team with honesty, integrity and trust. Plus, there's even more in our online store at shopontv.co.uk. So when it's time to shop, shop on TV. There are 3 convenient ways to place your order with Shop on TV. Just scan the QR code with your smartphone's camera app to view the current on-screen item. Or go directly to our website, shopontv.co.uk, where you'll find all the products in today's show. Simply add the items you want to buy to your online shopping basket and check out. Prefer ordering by phone? Give our UK-based customer service centre a call on 03333 241 241. Friendly representatives are available to assist you 24 hours a day. Straightforward shopping with Shop on TV. Do you have a product, service or special offer that you'd like to tell the nation about? Are you a brand that would benefit from hours of exposure through our nightly broadcasts on ITV1 and STV? Shop on TV is the ultimate advertising window, giving you direct access to millions of consumers across the whole of the UK, every day, all year round. We provide a powerful interactive platform for demonstrating, explaining and answering questions about what your company is offering, far beyond what is possible or effective through traditional retailing and marketing. From direct sales and lead generation to repeat purchases and word-of-mouth referrals, Shop on TV converts television viewers into loyal, satisfied customers for your business. To find out more, email partners at shopontv.co.uk and a member of our team will contact you promptly. Be a part of the show at Shop on TV. At Shop on TV, our shows feature a carefully curated collection of must-have items at budget-friendly prices. Many of our prices offer discounts and savings, bonus products, or other desirable perks such as free postage and packing that are for a limited time only, or while stocks last. There are exclusive online-only offers on our website too at shopontv.co.uk. So, be sure to bag the bargains before they're gone. Watch, shop and save with Shop on TV.
Just kidding. Ha, I'm here. That's how you give the crew a heart attack. I'm so sorry. I thought for a minute I was being yanked off air before I got to just as I got to the peak of my story and I was about to say my career-ending sentence and my microphone died. And then they replaced the microphone and then that one died. Do you know what? It happens sometimes in TV. It's, for no good reason. It's just technical gremlins. I'm so sorry. So, are you still there? I hope you're still there. I hope you didn't go away and leave me all on my own. All right, here's the sentence I was going to say. That if you remember, if you just tuned in, you have no idea what I'm talking about. I just did a diatribe for about 10 minutes leading up to what I'm about to say. I mean in the spirit of friendliness, kindness, honesty, integrity, credibility, and my desire to genuinely provide you with something that is going to improve your life, I believe. I've done this with all my friends. I've done it with all my family. They all have Mulberry Silk pillows. They all have Mulberry Silk duvets, and a couple of them have Mulberry Silk mattresses for this very reason. If you don't sleep under a Mulberry Silk duvet with your head on a Mulberry Silk pillow, then frankly, I think you are doing yourself a major disservice. And also, I guarantee that in my experience, you are not getting the best night's sleep you can get. If you sleep on a hollow fibre anything or under a hollow fibre anything, duvet, pillow, whatever, if it's feather, any kind of feather, I guarantee you, in my experience, that your sleep, no matter what you think and no matter what you say, is rubbish. Even if you think you sleep well, I'm telling you, you're not. You aren't, because you don't know what you don't know, right? And I know that sounds really condescending, and I apologise for that. But I mean it again, for any haters out there, I mean this in the spirit of wanting, and not because I want you to buy the duvet or buy the pillow. Please don't buy the duvet, buy the pillow just because I tell you, just because what I'm saying is true. Only buy the duvet, only buy the pillow because you're curious, and people can be curious about how to improve their lives. And because you've got a money-back guarantee, if everything I say is a load of old rubbish, you get your money back anyway, right? Except the P&P. That's the only thing you're taking a punt on is the postage and packing. So I have no vested interest in you buying this whatsoever. I don't get a commission. I don't make any extra money at all on, even if 1 million people bought these products tonight, I make my salary, my payment for presenting the show. It's a fixed fee, and that is it. So in the nicest way, I would say, I don't care if you buy this now or not. Don't buy this now. But I do care, but I care from a humanitarian point of view, because I know I can almost imagine your joy when you sleep on the pillow, you sleep under the duvet, and the next morning you wake up and go, crikey, or words to that effect. He was right. And I've never had one person say you were wrong. Never. I say to my friends, if you don't use Mulberry Silk bedding, you're a flipping idiot. I say it jokingly, and obviously I would never say that to you because I don't know you well enough to have that kind of personal rapport with you yet. So, but I genuinely mean it. Buy one. Now, if you buy nothing else, what else are you going to buy for, in the case of the double? Remember, the single's sold out, the Super King's almost sold out. In fact, double is less than half stock. We're almost actually running out of stock on all of it. What else can you buy? Let's take the double as an example for £179 that will give you 20, 30 years of loyal service and 20, 30 years of effective use. Nothing. I went to Sainsbury's yesterday. I bought, let me tell you, 8 steaks, 4 of them sirloin, 4 of them ribeye, thick cut, 13 and 14 pounds a piece respectively. I bought some lamb steaks, some rump steaks. I bought 4 packets of large eggs. I bought 3 little Sainsbury's spices, obviously other supermarkets are available, 6 bottles of Sainsbury's soda water, and 4 organic cucumbers. And it cost me £174. Now that will feed me for 10 days. I bought 10 days worth of food because that's how long I'm in Warrington. £174. £5 less only than the cost of a double duvet. And in 10 days time, that £175 or £4 worth of expenditure will be gone, never to be seen again. But I have to buy food because without food I can't live. You have to sleep. Without sleep, you can't live. Now, I could have spent a fraction of the cost on food, but it would have been rubbish food, wouldn't it? And what would it do? It would make me fat and unhealthy. And I was fat and unhealthy. I still am fat, but I'm healthy, and I'm 4 stone. I've lost 4 stone in, 5 or 6 months. Because I eat proper food, not because I eat healthily. So you get what you pay for, don't you? What you put in is what you get out. You will spend £179 on duvets over the course of your life that are rubbish, that are too hot, that get heavy because of dust mites and things like that. And millions of dust mites and things like that add to the weight, contribute to the weight of your duvet and your pillow. You throw them away, you'll get new ones. And so, 20, 30, even though the duvet is actually guaranteed for 10 years and the pillow for 2 years, and they both have money back guarantees, you can send this pillow back if you don't like it within 30 days. You actually just call, or you get in touch with RK Sales, numbers on the tag. Any other pillow that you buy from anywhere else that I'm aware of, you cannot return. And by the way, that money back guarantee, they're putting their money where their mouth is, because if this pillow or this duvet, or if you buy a mattress, if you don't love them and you send them back, they can't resell them, and they can't even give them away to charity. Charity organisations won't take bedding because it's been used, if it's been used. So they have to incinerate them. This company's been around for 60 years, RK Sales. So if you don't believe me, try a pillow. Do nothing else. Call it a gateway item. And if you do nothing else, get yourself a pillow. Because you know what happens? 9 times out of 10, people buy a pillow And then the next show, they come back and they buy a duvet because they go, yeah, you were right. And I've directed everyone I know that's bought Mulberry Silk. Remember, Mulberry Silk is naturally temperature regulating. It keeps you warm in the winter, just the right temperature, and cool in the summer. It's been really hot of late, and when I lay my head on a Mulberry Silk pillow, it's cooling, so I don't sweat as much. But even if I do sweat, which inevitably if it's hot outside and we don't have fans or air conditioning, you're going to get hot, and you are going to sweat. But Mulberry Silk wicks away 30% of its weight in moisture. So in other words, it helps to keep you dry. It also has the Allergy UK seal of approval. Dust mites do not live in silk. And this is AAA grade Mulberry Silk, the very finest quality silk that money can buy. 10-year guarantee on the duvet, 2-year guarantee on the pillows. And if you put, again, standard size pillowcases and standard size duvet covers, but make sure they are cotton. Get yourself some Egyptian cotton bedding covers if you are going to use covers. With the duvet, you don't have to. You really don't have to, because to be honest with you, in America, I don't know if I mentioned I used to live in America, they will use these, they call them comforters, they don't call them duvets. And comforters usually don't really have duvet covers in America. So you can just put this, if white is your colour theme or the schematic in your bedroom, you can just literally use them as is, because if they get dirty, you put them in the washing machine. You can machine wash these duvets. The Super King, the biggest one, will fit comfortably into a standard size 7.5 kilo washing machine. 30-degree wash, usual detergent, bit of fabric softener if you want. You can tumble dry on low, or I just, as I say, double them over, put them on a clothes horse and let them dry naturally. It'll take about an hour for my Super King duvet. My son's got king size. The pillows take a little bit longer, about an hour and a half to dry, and I flip them halfway through, but they dry very nicely. And you can wash them as much as you like. We've got the pillowcases as well, which are 100% pure Mulberry Silk in these gorgeous colours as well. We'll show you those in a moment. So they are front and back, silk front and back. They've got a little bit of cotton sprayed inside, just purely to provide grip. But the Mulberry Silk duvets, they are brilliant. Oh, by the way, I haven't even mentioned, I'm so sorry, that you can spread the cost interest-free using PayPal Pay in 3 if you want to. So just select PayPal. You can use PayPal as a payment method as well as debit or credit card, but when you go to checkout, it will take you to PayPal's website, set up an account, check out, or sign into your account, and make sure you select Pay Later if you want to spread the cost. And then you'll go through the process, and once approved, that order will be on its way to you. You can actually spend anything from 30 to 3,000, is it £3,000? Yeah, about £3,000, I think it is. I'm having a brain burp. It's either 2,000 or 3,000. Anyway, so you could actually buy multiple items, and you can use that balance. So if you don't use it all now, you can always go back and use it again. Once you're approved for that balance, you can use it later if you want to. But so you can spread the cost. This bedding is extraordinary. It will change your life. I never thought I'd ever say that your bedding will change your life, but it will. And these options are for the pillowcases, by the way. Arctic white. We also have. Arctic blue, white, desert green, desert sand, or I'll get this right in a minute, I promise, or sage green. You've got Arctic orange, and you've got white berry, and desert, yeah, so there are the 4 colours. So now there's Arctic, that's the blue one, white is obviously the white one, desert is the sand-coloured one, and sage is the green. And they are super luxurious, they really are. And we've got some emails. Let's do some emails, shall we? Can I just say a big shout out to TikTok? Hi TikTok. We've got TikTok Shop on Sam. He's become a massive TikTok celebrity now, and certainly in this building. And Shop on Sam's over there with TikTok Watch. And then over there we've got another TikTok, that's Shop on TV Live. So if you want to watch Shop on Sam or Shop on TV Live on TikTok, you'll see behind the scenes while we're on ITV and STV. I'd actually recommend Shop on Sam because he wanders around and he talks to you, even if you tell him not to. No, really. And he's such a kind chap. He left me such a lovely note tonight in my dressing room when I came in. He calls me the Count. And so the sign said Count. And Count Richard, he calls me. Did a little picture for me. Oh, it's great. It was really nice. Stephen said, "Hi, Rob." Hi, Stephen. Sorry, that was a bit... Is my mic going again? Loving the show. Maybe it's this thing that's interfering with the mic. Loving the show, as always. My dad asked me to email in his joke. A literal dad joke. Haha. Hold on 1 second. I used it at a paper shop, but it blew away. Hey! I like that. That's good. Have a lovely night, Robert Lee. Kindest regards. And that was from Noran. Can you sing happy birthday to my daughter Myra, who's 3 years old today? Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Myra. Happy birthday to you. And that was Ali from Birmingham. Here's Ray, by the way, talking about the mattress. I'll be back in a moment. We fix my mic again.
This is an extraordinary mattress. It's packed with silk, and because it is packed with silk, it's better, in our opinion, than, say, mattresses which don't have silk in them. Now, how this happened is quite simple. We decided to enter the mattress business roughly about 5 years ago, and we were in a very, very fortunate position, Rob, and I'll tell you why I say that. As you know from previous shows that we have done together over years, as a company, we exhibit at every major retail exhibition in Britain.
Yeah.
And we have done for 65 years. And we talk to the public. When we're live at an exhibition, we talk to the public. And we ask them their likes and their dislikes. And they tell us what they like and they dislike about their bedding. Now, we discovered by asking over a period of about 18 months, before we started to manufacture this mattress, we discovered that basically there's two types of mattresses you can get: memory foam or a sprung mattress. Now, some people like memory foam, but we discovered an awful lot of people were unhappy with it.
Yeah.
Let's put it that way.
Yes, yes.
It made them too hot, and it tended, in their opinion, to lose shape very quickly.
Yeah.
In actual fact, that happened to my wife and myself. About 9 to 10, 11 years ago, we decided we would like a new mattress. We went to the shop that sells mattresses, and she made me lie in the bed and test it. I lay in the bed for 3 or 4 minutes, 5 minutes, thought this feels okay. Bought one, paid, I think, it was roughly close to £1,000 anyway for it, had it delivered, and 3 or 4 months after we had it delivered, I discovered I didn't really like it at all. I was overheating on it, and it lost shape very quickly, and I was sinking into a hollow within this memory foam mattress. So I was of the same opinion as the public, that based on the information we had gained over 18 months by talking to the public at roughly 100 retail outlets every year, that springs were really much better than memory foam to have in a mattress.
But as we've already said, there are different types of spring.
Yeah.
Maybe we haven't really covered that. Well, there are different types of
yes,
spring.
of course. Well, the old-fashioned sprung mattresses, the springs within the mattress were very large in diameter. Each one was joined to the one next door, and they had a serpentine rail that ran round the outer. Now, the problem then was, of course, I weigh about 19, 20 stone. My wife weighed roughly 10 stone. And when I turned over in bed, the springs, because they were all joined together, you got motion transfer. When I turned over, she ended up rolling over on top of me and bumping into me.
Sometimes the only way you can get a cuddle,
It's the
isn't
only
it?
way you can get a cuddle. Rob, I've been married 48 years. You don't get many cuddles after 48 years. I can assure you. So what we decided to do as a company, we decided to manufacture a modern mattress with pocket springs.
Right.
Now, this is a cut-down version of what's inside this mattress. This is the pocket springs that you will find inside this mattress. Unlike the old-fashioned springs, these stand on their own. They are not joined together. Now, this is a medium firm support mattress. When you sleep in this, your body is going to be supported. You're not going to sink into a hollow.
Right.
It's not going to lose shape. It cannot lose shape.
Yes.
Because there's so many springs within the mattress. I think from memory, in a king, there's roughly 800 springs, which is quite a lot.
And they all contour, they fit the contours.
Yes, well, I'll show you this. This might interest the viewers. You'll find, because they all stand independently, the only springs that move in this mattress are the springs where the weight is directly above that particular spring. And to give you some indication of what I mean, if I press this spring down right in the corner, flat as a pancake, the springs either side don't move.
Right.
They simply don't move because they're individual pocket springs.
Hello Nation, it's Sam here, Shop on Sam. I'm ever so sorry to tell you this, but Rob's just been taken off air. He said something that he wasn't allowed to say. And unfortunately, they've had to get me involved. I don't know how we're going to...
What's he talking about? Oi, I told you I was just going for a wee. Get over there, you. Blooming cheek. Honestly, you step out for 5 seconds and they're after your job. Seriously, by the way, I wanted to officially introduce you to Shop on Sam.
Thank you, Rob.
He is not only our trusty floor manager, you can tell from the microfiber cloth that's sticking out of his pocket, but also you run Shop on Sam, our TikTok channel. You are Sam.
Yeah, I love it. It's absolutely great. It's amazing, yeah.
You're amazing. You really are. They're seeing you now on telly.
I'll go bright red now on national television.
Oh, well, I can't see it. He's too tan, that's the problem. I know he's not very good to look at, but you know, we won't hold that against you, obviously.
Thank you, Rob.
Sam, in all seriousness, then we brought you on.
Yeah.
You've got Mulberry Silk.
Yeah, we've got ours at home. Yeah, we had 2017. We got
2017.
Yeah, it's brilliant. It's amazing.
And have you changed it? Have you thrown it
not
away?
at all.
No.
In the washing machine, absolutely fantastic.
Yeah, and then also in the crew house you have Mulberry Silk as well, don't you?
Yeah, I've got the double. I think David's got the king.
Yeah.
I think he's
how do you find it? What do you? I mean, is everything I'm saying true, or is it
absolutely?
If I'm lying, call me a liar.
No, absolutely perfect. Yeah, 2017 when we first got up, but we wouldn't. I don't think we'd probably go to anything else now. As soon as you get a Mulberry Silk, you have to kind of you stick with it. And then once Ray gave us the opportunity to have another one back at the flat, yeah, we all jumped at the chance, didn't we?
Yeah.
Yeah, very lucky. We're very privileged.
Well, I really appreciate it because I say all the time that the crew, that everybody has Mulberry Silk, and I just wanted you to hear it straight from Sam's mouth.
That's lovely.
He's now representing the entire crew.
Thank you.
It is genuinely phenomenal. Isn't it
genuinely is that good.
How much better do you sleep? Are you and the family? Because you've got how many kids you got?
Two.
Are they Mulberry Silkers as well, or?
Maya is. Yeah, she's a Mulberry Silker now. She's got the single.
Yeah.
Which is good. Obviously, Seth's he's just a little boy, but yeah, Maya loves it. And then we put it in the Peppa Pig. The cover, but I don't have a cover on mine back at the flat. I don't. No, my wife does. She has a cover on ours at home, but I like it because it's nice to the feel. It's nice.
It looks good.
I love it. I absolutely love it. It's amazing.
I really appreciate it, Sam, and thank you for everything you do with Shop On. If you haven't yet subscribed to Shop On Sam on TikTok and also Shop On TV Live on TikTok, every single night Sam is here. He goes around and shows everybody behind the scenes and answers everybody's questions and things like that. And you do giveaways and discount codes and stuff, don't you?
And everybody gets involved, and it's amazing. Yeah, we're creating a lovely little community. So thank you very much, and it's lovely. But it's lovely to be a part of it here at Shop On TV.
Absolutely. I just want to say how much we deeply appreciate you. But if you try and steal my job again, I will kill you. No, I won't. I wouldn't do that. I'll just hurt you. Said with love. Isn't he fantastic, honestly? You know, if you look at his TikTok channel, Shop On Sam, he's so funny. He's brilliant. He's a natural on camera. And every time I say, you should come on camera, he's like, oh no, I'm no good at that. But I think he's just proved differently. There you are, television debut on ITV and STV, debut on ITV and STV. By the way, if you go to shopontv.co.uk, click on Live on Air, you can see all of the products that we have available. And I do apologise with all my little mic issues earlier. In fact, I'm now seeing I've got cables sticking out all over the place. Hold on, I'll just tidy myself up a little bit. I've now got 82 microphones on me, so if one of them has a problem, it shouldn't be an issue. So £139. Now the stats for the single. The single has gone. That's sold out. The double is what's that, down to almost the last third of the stock, I think, something like that. About a third of the stock left. We had the biggest stock of the double two. By 3 a.m. we may be in a situation where there isn't an awful lot of it left. Obviously we will try and restock, and we will try and get Ray here as well. You just saw Ray Kennedy talking about about the mattress, which I know was sort of unceremoniously thrown in while we fixed my microphone issues. Right, so the Super King, if you want a Super King, that is now approaching single figures. May I make a suggestion? This is what we've done in the crew house, and what a lot of people do. I just said do. So if you have a single bed, you can get a double duvet, because then you get what they call the hotel drape. So this is a king bed. This is a Super King duvet, so you can see the dropage over the edge. So if you have a double duvet, you could get a king. That's what I have at the house in Warrington. I have a double bed and I have a king size duvet, so I get the hotel drape. Also, if you're a couple sleeping in the bed, it gives you that a little bit of extra width to enjoy at night, if you know what I mean. And if you have a Super King bed, then you just have to get Super King duvet, because they don't go any bigger than that. But there is sufficient drape on them anyway. But if you love a little bit of extra drape or drapage, then get yourself one size up. And now's the time to do it. Remember, what you're doing is you're investing in yourself, you're investing in the quality of your life, you're investing in the quality of your sleep. If you sleep better, life is better, isn't it? Even if you're facing the greatest adversities in life, even if things are tough, and let's face it, they are tough for everybody, or most people right now. Cost of living is going through the roof. The half the world's going to war or is at war. You know, all tariffs, yada yada yada. There's all this stuff going on. Now, look, I'm not going to make any political statements here. I'm not interested enough to do that. But what I do know is that life's hard. I mean, it's just everywhere you turn. You've got people trying to. You earn money, and then people are trying to take most of it from you. It's hard to save. It's hard. It's just hard, and if you aren't sleeping well, and it's hard enough to sleep when you've got worries, when you've got troubles, when you've got woes, when you've got stress in your life, it's hard to sleep anyway. But if you then have rubbish bedding, gosh, it's not tenable. I know when I haven't had enough sleep, I am cranky as heck. I've got a very, very sharp tongue on me, I snap, and you don't mean to. It's just because without good sleep, the quality of our day is hampered, isn't it? I mean, I'm not saying anything that isn't 100% true, right? True. So the one thing you absolutely can do, if something is within your control to make your life better, and it's within the realms of something you can afford and an action that you can take, why wouldn't you just do it? I mean, it's such a simple adjustment. I mean, I always talk about I spent £3,500 on a television and a sound bar, and I got the sound bar half price. And because I'm a videophile and a movie, a cinephile and such, and a TV file, and also sometimes an X file. But so during the day, much of my waking time during the day, I take pleasure from watching films and studying film. Because I'm an actor as well, so a lot of the TV shows I watch are TV shows that I could be in potentially, and have to, because I audition for them and things like that. So all that money, and that's just one thing. I can't even tell you about the amount of money I spent on my kitchen gadgets. And we spent all of this hard-earned cash on things to satisfy us while we're awake. And yet, for some inexplicable reason, a lot of us skimp and scrape on the part of our life where we spend a third of our time. If you live to 90, you've spent about 30 years in bed. I mean, that's 30 years. If I said to you now, and I'll tell you, when we moved into the house in Warrington, unfortunately in a lot of the rooms, they had these really cheap, I mean, they couldn't have cost more than 20 quid, really cheap serpentine spring, thin mattresses. You sat on it and your bum crack touched the bed. And that's with a spring in it, by the way, several springs. I mean, oh my God, it ruined my hip for about 3 weeks after I slept for just a few days on this mattress. It was so bad. Replaced it, of course, with a cocoon one as soon as I possibly could. And if I'd said to somebody, right, lie on that, oh, that's blooming uncomfortable. Right, you're going to sleep on that for 30 years. What? There's no way anyone would do it. And yet, because sleep is drip fed to us, it's something we do a little bit of every night. It's amazing what we put up with. When I bought when I first moved back from the US to the UK in 2018, I went to a bedding shop, again, the one where you like to dream. Again, fabulous shop, loved the beds, got Ottoman beds and all that kind of stuff. But I was measured for a mattress. They have this sort of sensor type thing. You lie on it and it goes beep, 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 and spits out a bit of paper. It doesn't do any of that, but in my head it does. And the sales associate said, "Aha! The machine," he didn't talk like that, "the machine has determined that you need a firm mattress." And I was like, really? 22 stone and I need a firm mattress? I wouldn't have guessed. And then, miracle of miracles, the sales associate said to me, "Sir, it just so happens we have the perfect mattress for you." "No, in a bedding shop? You've got a mattress that's just right for me." "Yes, sir. It's one of our own brand mattresses." "No." I was shocked for literally no time at all. And so I spent, and it was an autumn sale, I remember this, I spent £900 on mattresses. The Super King was 500 and the king size for my son was 400, and they were half price. If I'd literally left it another week, I'd have paid £1,000 for the Super King and 800 for the king size mattress. And I had 48 hours, if I didn't like it when it was delivered, and I had to pay for it to be delivered. It was about 70 quid to be delivered. There was another 50 or so to have it assembled, so that was all on top. And then I had 48 hours, if I had any issues, I didn't like it, 48 hours to return it, and that was it. And so the first night I slept on it, I woke up the next day and went, "Oh wow, that was the worst experience I've ever had in my life." It was so hard, this mattress. My back, I could barely get out of bed. My back was just in spasms. And I thought, what did I think? I did what everybody did. "Oh, I must have slept funny." Blamed it on me. And the next night, same thing. And I'm like, "Oh, this is I've lost the window of being able to return it." And for 3 weeks, my back was in spasm. And eventually, I think I just got used to it. But this is now what are we now, 2018? It's now, what are we now, 2025? So it's now 7 years later. And I hated every single night I slept on that mattress. I would sleep better falling asleep on my reclining sofa. I dreaded going to bed. And now I have a Cocoon mattress. I'm just waiting for a new bed frame to arrive, and then I can finally sleep on the Cocoon mattress. I have the Cocoon mattress already in the crew house in Warrington, and a Mulberry Silk Duvet, and a Mulberry Silk pillow, etc. And I couldn't wait to come back to work so I could have a good night's sleep. And it makes such a big difference. I've got energy. I'm happy, and because I'm a very deep thinking kind of feeling kind of person. I'm one of these I'm an actor, so I'm always manically depressed, and not literally, metaphorically speaking, but sometimes literally. And so if I'm tired, everything gets to me, and I just despair. And I'm not going to sort of go too deep into this, but I would argue personally that if you're not sleeping well, and you're already struggling mentally, then the lack of sleep can really make any sort of mental health issues you have worse. And I just think it's so important. And so even if you don't buy the Mulberry Silk bedding, at least invest in some really, really good bedding. But I would argue the following: what would you buy? What would you get? Because any department store you go to, you're going to get the following choices. You're going to get hollow fibre, so synthetic fibre, and you're going to get, feather? So you might buy down. I mean, down is very expensive. You can spend hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of pounds on down duvets. They get hot, very hot. There's no limit to how hot they get. And this is the thing. What interrupts your sleep is that you know, even if it's cold at night, you get under your duvet and the heat builds up and it's trapped. So you get hotter and hotter and hotter and hotter. And then what do? You wake up because you're too hot. You're boiling in your own juices. So you throw the duvet off, right? And then what happens? You cool down. And then you get too cold. And what happens? You wake up. And then what do? You throw the duvet back on. And then what happens? You start to get too hot again. And then you get too hot. And you wake up and you throw the duvet off. And all night long, wake up, duvet on, duvet off, duvet on, duvet off. That's what they call toxic sleep. Because you're never getting into that deep, recuperative, restorative, regenerative, healing sleep that you need, that your body craves, that your body has to have to function properly. And so it's just madness to me. So I don't know what the other options would be. To be honest, when I slept under a Mulberry Silk Duvet for the first time, and in those first few weeks, it just dawned on me, oh my God, I've never had a proper night's sleep, ever, in my whole life. And this was about, when was lockdown? 21? Something like that? 2021? 2021? It feels like a lifetime ago. So this is only 5 years ago. 5 years ago, I had the first proper night's sleep ever. And then when I go back to London and I don't get I've got the duvet and the pillow, but I've got this horrible mattress. I don't sleep properly again. And then it's like I turn into the Hulk when I'm in London and Bruce Banner when I'm in Warrington, because I've got the perfect setup of bedding in Warrington. I know these sound like bold claims. I know they do. But Mulberry Silk, if you've just tuned in, folks, Mulberry Silk, this is AAA grade Mulberry Silk. It is absolutely, hands down, without any question, without any debate, the best silk that money can buy. There is no higher quality. AAA grade is the top, right? And this is pure 100% full length AAA grade Mulberry Silk in these duvets and in the pillows as well, and in the mattresses. And on the outside, you have 100% pure long-fibre cotton, Egyptian cotton, 230 thread count. Everything over 200 is considered luxury. And those are the only two ingredients, if you will, in the duvets. And now in the pillows, you have a fibre core at the centre, purely for support and to stop the pillow from ever losing its loft or its shape. But around that fibre core, you have miles and miles and miles of AAA grade full-length strands of mulberry silk wrapped around, and then Egyptian cotton on the outside, and again stitched into box cassettes, the diamond formation on the pillow, so that the silk cannot move, it cannot clump, it cannot bunch in one area. The duvets have a 10-year guarantee. Find me another duvet on the planet that has a 10-year guarantee, that has any kind of money-back guarantee, or not money-back guarantee, just manufacturer's guarantee. I think, do regular duvets even have a guarantee at all? Don't know. Not sure. But 2-year guarantee on the pillow. And you have a 30-day money-back guarantee from RK Sales, Ray's company, Ray Kennedy, RK Sales, the exclusive and sole distributor of Mulberry Silk bedding products in the UK, from the official Mulberry Silk Manufacturing Company Limited, which is a Canadian company. And it is the best quality silk, the best quality cotton, and it's the best quality sleep I think you'll get from it as a result. Now, we've had loads of emails. Sorry, I got so carried away there. We've got lots of email. It's a treat when I get to present a show by myself. I love it. So let's see. So first of all, here's the first one coming up. This is from Jack and Molly. Hi, Jack and Molly. How are you doing? Hi, loving the duvet. Recently bought one for my son. It's such a lovely material. Safe to say, my son, Chutney, will be needing a double soon as. He's just turned 18, the cheeky boy. Well, listen, if you've already tried it, Jack and Molly, you know the benefits, and Chutney no doubt will be experiencing it for himself soon as well. Bella says, hi, love the show, you're iconic. Oh, thanks. Can you tell the rest of the entertainment industry, please, Bella? And then we've also got Michael. Hi, Rob. Shop on TV's best presenter by far. Oh, thanks. Again, can I get that in writing? Oh, I suppose I have got it in writing. Can we forward that to the management, please? It's my 50th next week and would love a mention. Of course, my friend. I'll be buying the King duvet and pillow when I can, hopefully. But for now, watching yourself on the show is brilliant. Keep doing what you do. Thank you, Michael. I really appreciate it. And happy birthday Happy birthday to you, happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Michael, for next week. Happy birthday to you. And then also, hello, just want to say Rob is my favourite presenter on the show. Is that Shanine? Shanine, what a great name. Thank you very much. I really appreciate you can keep sending this sort of email all night long. Here's a joke. Why did the man fall in the well? Because he couldn't see that well. Oh, I love it. That's very good. And Amelia's coming in as well. Look at Paul, our director, doing all this fancy stuff, mixing through video to our emails. How wonderful. Amelie. Amelie, love that. Silk sheets. Hey. Just wanted to say thank you for a wonderful show. Congratulations on your weight loss success. Oh, it's not the first time, Amelie, unfortunately. I have a question about the silk sheets. Can I please ask if the sheets are slippery? Because I don't want to be sliding out of bed when I have company. Thank you for your help. No, you don't, Amelie, do you? No, can I just answer the question? No, you don't slip out of bed because the silk is on the inside, not on the outside. The Egyptian cotton is regular cotton, so it's not slippery. If the silk was... This is why they don't make silk duvet covers. If they had duvet covers, you would slip out of bed, and you don't want that, especially when you have company. Chris has emailed as well. Hi, Chris, how you doing? Oh, I like this. A nice long one. I purchased 2 double quilts and 4 pillows. My partner had a stroke 8 years ago. And one of the side effects is feeling the cold more. In winter, he has a duvet and not 1 but 2 fur blankets on top. I was waiting for the complaint that the Mulberry Silk Duvet was too thin and he felt cold. But he said it's a great duvet and keeps his body at the right temperature according to the weather. He also loves the pillows and now only uses 1 instead of 2 or 3. Happy to recommend. My gosh, Chris, that is fact. It's true, innit? This is what I love about it. It's temperature regulating, so you'll be the right temperature, whether it's winter, spring, summer, or fall or autumn. And no matter what the temperature is outside, inside, that's the point of these duvets, to keep you at the right temperature. Philly J says, hi Philly J. I was telling my colleague yesterday about how amazing these duvets are. Seriously, I've seen you recommend them on a few occasions. The best decision I made was to buy king size and pillows. It really does keep you cool when it's hot and warm when it's cold. I'm with you all the way. Thank you, Philly. Really appreciate it. See, I only tell you the truth, honestly. I believe we have had one email about Sam, which is on my iPad. Let's see. Oh, let's have a little look here. If he's getting fan mail, then, I don't want to... I think I've created a monster. I'm just kidding. Sam is amazing. So charismatic. The guy clearly loves Mulberry Silk. He's clearly a cultured man. Looking forward to seeing a lot more of him. And that was from Sam. Oh, sorry. No, it's from the governor, aka Sam. No. It's not. He is extraordinary, our Sam. Please do listen. We're on all sorts of social media. If you want to watch the show, if you missed the show, if you tuned in late and you want to ever catch up, you can always go to YouTube. All of our social media handles, are Shop On TV Live. So at Shop On TV Live on YouTube and TikTok and Facebook and Instagram, and I think that's all we're on at the moment. But Shop On Sam. If you go to TikTok, I've got a bit of fluff here. Sorry. If you go to TikTok and you search for Shop On Sam, S-A-M. Sorry, it's like a spider's, but it keeps accosting me. So Sam posts these incredibly funny videos, and he always will video the live show when we're on ITV when he's on shift. And so you get to see behind the scenes. He'll walk you around the whole studio facility. He'll answer your questions. And often he has shopping codes, discount codes and special giveaways and offers and things, surprises and things like that he does on TikTok. So I always like to bring him onto ITV as well and make him part of the action. So do please go and follow Shop On Sam and also Shop On TV Live. We're actually going to start going live at midnight on our Freeview channel 89 and also across all our social media as a pre-show. So I don't know when exactly that will be, hopefully within the next 2 or 3 weeks. So from midnight, in fact, follow our social media and like us and everything, and we'll let you know when that's going to happen. And it's not going to be like this, it's going to be a pre-show. So I can't vouch for what Sean and Hayley will do. But I know what I'm going to do, and I'm going to have a lot of fun. And so we'll bring the guests on, we'll bring Sam and all the crew. I'm hoping we'll have cameras all around the building, we'll show you behind the scenes, and we'll take your emails, answer your questions. We'll let you know what the products are coming up on ITV and STV, but it's going to be more of a pre-show than the actual main show. And then, of course, when we go live on ITV and STV, then we shall be very serious and... No, of course not. We like to have fun here. Now, the pillow. Is this the best pillow money can buy? If I had thumb screws attached to my thumbs, because where else would they put them? If they put them on my toes, I'd say you're not a very good torturer. Because the instructions are clear. They're called thumb screws. If I was being hung, drawn and quartered, if I was being stretched on the rack, or if I was about to be thrust into an Iron Maiden, unless I told my honest opinion about this pillow, I would say this is the best pillow money can buy. You know what you're looking at here? In my experience and in my opinion, and the opinion of tens of thousands, if not millions of people all around the country and world, you are witnessing the best pillow money can buy. For various reasons. Number one, it is full. It's about 9 or 10 miles of full length, AAA grade, finest quality mulberry silk in each pillow. Outside, Egyptian cotton, 230 thread count, long fibre cotton. Inside, there's a small fibre core to give the pillow stability. So you can do all of this with it, like that, you know, not that you need to, and it will always come back to its original shape. My pillows are about 5 years old now, 4 or 5 years old. I wash them regularly. You can wash this in a regular washing machine, 7.5 kilogram front-loading drum washing machine, or bigger. If you've got bigger, even better. But one pillow at a time I do. You could get 2 in there, but it'd be a tight fit. And so I just like to give them room to move. You can use regular laundry detergent. It could be a powder, it could be a liquid, it could be a tablet. It would, if you want to use fabric softener, you can do that as well. 30 degrees, you can also tumble dry them on low, but I personally just let them dry on my clothes horse. They take about an hour and a half and I flip them halfway round. And you can wash them as much as you like. I wash mine once a month generally. But if you have a hot summer, they can go yellow. Now, I mean, if I sweat, if it's a really hot day, like 30 plus degrees, and I'm sweating into my bedding, it goes yellow. It's just the sweat marks, right? So I stick them into the washing machine and they come out white. I also use a Vanish gel, specifically safe for silk. It's like, if you can't use the oxy powders, they're too rough. But as long as you make sure, and it doesn't have to be Vanish, it can be whatever, find whatever brand you like, but make sure you get one that is kind to silk, and that will help whiten them up as well. And they come back just like new. If you use, now by the way, if any questions, if you are going to use a mattress protector, because these again could last you years and years and years and years and years, decades even. So I've just started, at home I don't have mattress protectors. I did buy mattress protectors for the pillows in Warrington. That was largely because I thought I'd be sharing my pillows, but Sean and Hayley commute, so we don't share the room. But I tell you what, this is the best advice I can give you. If you are going to use pillow protectors, if you're going to buy a Mulberry Silk mattress, again, I've done the same thing myself, and you're going to buy a mattress protector, make sure they are 100% cotton, including cotton filling. No plastic or anything like that, because otherwise you're going to block the benefits of the silk. It is essential that you use cotton on your duvet covers and pillowcases, and if you are going to buy mattress protectors or pillow protectors, you can buy them. I found on Amazon, there are a couple of companies that sell them. They're 100% complete, just cotton mattress protectors. And then that way you've got natural fibres on top, and the benefits of the silk will therefore be able to work as normal. And again, it's a great way also of protecting your bedding. I mean, if you put duvet covers on your duvets and you put pillow protectors and pillowcases on your pillows, then they are going to invariably last, I would imagine, a lot longer, maybe several decades instead of just 2 or 3. We reckon, Ray Kennedy from RK Sales, the distributor of these products, reckons that you'll get a good 30, 35 years use out of the duvet if you look after it. If you put it in a duvet cover, possibly more. The only thing eventually that possibly could fail with these is not the silk, it's actually the cotton, because it depends how much you use them, how much you toss and turn in bed, although when you start using Mulberry Silk products, you will probably find that you toss and turn less. You're not supposed to toss and turn in bed. If you've had a perfect night's sleep, and when you wake up, the covers should barely have been disturbed, and you should be almost in exactly the same position when you wake up as where you fell asleep. The reason we toss and turn is because we can't get comfortable on the mattress, because the mattress is rubbish. And then we get too hot, and so the duvet on, duvet off. It's because the duvet is rubbish. Our pillow doesn't support our head properly, so you're either getting a crick neck, or you're snoring, or you can't breathe properly, because the pillows are rubbish. I'm sorry to say it, and I shouldn't probably really, but most of the bedding that you can buy to sleep on, that most of the nation sleeps on, is rubbish. It just is. Or at least compared to this, you know. And most people don't know. What I hope, if nothing else, even if you don't buy now, even if you haven't checked out and bought these tonight, because I know some people are sceptical, and no matter what I say, I could offer you a bar of gold for a £5 and you still wouldn't buy it. I get that. That's just some people are like that, and I'm not here to force you to buy. As I say, I don't care if you buy it or not. Oh, well, I care because I want you to have a good night's sleep, and I want you to be happy, because that makes me happy. But it doesn't affect me if you don't buy these. I don't get paid any less. I don't get any commission anyway, so I don't make more money if lots of people buy. This is a passion project for me. It really is. All my family, all my friends, every colleague that I work with in this building, they all have Mulberry Silk duvets and pillows, and in some cases mattresses. And actually, they used to make a Mulberry Silk mattress protector that was like a duvet but with a gusseted ridge. I don't think they make those anymore. But I've got those on my bed at home. So now it's basically the mattresses. And by the way, when you're going to see this video in a minute with Ray Kennedy, with the mattress, he'll tell you about a lot of it. But the pillow top is the top of the range model. That's the one you're going to get. But the prices that we're charging at Shop on TV, now we've sold out one or two of the sizes, but just the single sold out, but we'll get rid of that. Oh, and the Super King. So as I said, two of the sizes. So we'll get rid of that because the double and the king size are still available. That's just to let you know some of the sizes have sold out. So the pillow top is their top of the range. Can we show the prices very quickly? Have you got them available? They're coming up in a sec. What we're charging you is actually the price of the entry-level mattress, which is not a pillow top version. So they have three models. They have like a standard, middle of the range, intermediate, and a premium. So you're getting the premium, the pillow top design, but you are getting it for the price of the standard entry-level mattress. So the prices are very, very keen. Have a look on the web. If we can't find the graphic, I'm sorry, I did throw that at our producer, so he's rifling through graphics. But if you look on the web, you'll be able to see in a moment. So we go to the shop page. We go down to the mattress. There it is. And so $339, that's for the single. That's the price of the entry-level basic mattress that doesn't have the pillow top. But you will get the pillow top, which is about $700. This is the double. It's about £700 for that. We'll see if we can find the price. What do you call it? Full page thingy. $469 for the king. And again, that's the entry-level price. And then for the Super King, Super King sold out. So you've only got those two options. But by the way, you get a 60-night sleep trial. So this will be delivered to your home. You take all the packaging off. You can throw all the packaging away. Use it as your own mattress for up to 2 months. And if at any point you're not happy, if you don't get an experience a better night's sleep, you call the number that's provided. They will come and collect it and take it away. It's delivered. And also, if it is returned, this is included in the same price for just £9.99. And if you bought a duvet and pillow for £4.95 postage and packing, then that first £4.95 is always capped. So you'll only pay the extra £5 that's on the mattress. So let's say you bought a pillow and a mattress, £4.95 for the pillow. That's capped, so you don't pay that first £4.95 for the mattress. So you'd still only pay £9.95 for the mattress and the pillow. Does that make sense? Anyway, I will be back. I've got more emails. Send your emails in. I'm going to have to decide what my best dad joke is. More dad jokes, please, and any happy birthday wishes that you want or any shout outs in the last sort of 15 minutes or so of the show. But here is Ray Kennedy, the owner of the distribution company, exclusive distribution company for Mulberry Silk products in this country. And in fact, in the United Kingdom, I should say. Ray Kennedy, here he is to tell us all about the mattress. I'll be back shortly.
This is an extraordinary mattress. It's packed with silk, and because it is packed with silk, it's better, in our opinion, than, say, mattresses which don't have silk in them. Now, how this happened is quite simple. We decided to enter the mattress business roughly about 5 years ago. And we were in a very, very fortunate position, Rob, and I'll tell you why I say that. As you know from previous shows that we have done together over years, as a company, we exhibit at every major retail exhibition in Britain.
Yeah.
And we have done for 65 years. And we talk to the public. When we're live at an exhibition, we talk to the public. And we ask them their likes and their dislikes. And they tell us what they like and they dislike about their bedding. Now, we discovered by asking over a period of about 18 months before we started to manufacture this mattress, we discovered that basically there's two types of mattresses you can get, memory foam or a sprung mattress. Now, some people like memory foam, but we discovered an awful lot of people were unhappy with it. Let's put it that way.
Yes.
It made them too hot, and it tended, in their opinion, to lose shape very quickly.
Yeah.
In actual fact, that happened to my wife and myself. About 9 to 10, 11 years ago, we decided we would like a new mattress. We went to the shop that sells mattresses, and she made me lie in the bed and test it. I lay in the bed for 3 or 4 minutes, 5 minutes, thought this feels okay. Bought one, paid, I think, it was roughly close to £1,000 anyway for it, had it delivered, and 3 or 4 months after we had it delivered, I discovered I didn't really like it at all. I was overheating on it, and it lost shape very quickly, and I was sinking into a hollow within this memory foam mattress. So I was of the same opinion as the public, that based on the information we had gained over 18 months, by talking to the public at roughly 100 retail outlets every year, that springs were really much better than memory foam to have in a mattress.
But as we've already said, there are different types of spring.
Yeah.
Maybe we haven't really covered that. Well, there are different types of
yes,
spring.
of course.
aren't there?
Well, the old-fashioned sprung mattresses, the springs within the mattress were very large in diameter. Each one was joined to the one next door, and they had a serpentine rail that ran round the outer. Now, the problem then was, of course, I weigh about 19, 20 stone. My wife weighed roughly 10 stone. And when I turned over in bed, the springs, because they were all joined together, you got motion transfer. When I turned over, she ended up rolling over on top of me and bumping into me.
Sometimes the only way you can get a cuddle,
It's the
isn't
only
it?
way you can get a cuddle. Rob, I've been married 48 years. You don't get many cuddles after 48 years. I can assure you. So what we decided to do as a company, we decided to manufacture a modern mattress with pocket springs.
Right.
This is a cut-down version of what's inside this mattress. This is the pocket springs that you will find inside this mattress. Unlike the old-fashioned springs, these stand on their own. They are not joined together. Now, this is a medium firm support mattress. When you sleep in this, your body is going to be supported. You're not going to sink into a hollow.
Right.
It's not going to lose shape. It cannot lose shape.
Yes.
Because there's so many springs within the mattress. I think from memory, in a king, there's roughly 800 springs, which is quite a lot.
And they all contour, they fit the contours.
Yes, well, I'll show you this. This might interest the viewers. You'll find, because they all stand independently, the only springs that move in this mattress are the springs where the weight is directly above that particular spring. And to give you some indication of what I mean, if I press this spring down right in the corner, flat as a pancake, the springs either side don't move.
Right.
They simply don't move because they're individual pocket springs.
So I pulled it too hard and it came off in my hand. Oh. I know. Oh, hi everyone. Shop on Sam. Actually, before you go, Sam, Claire has emailed in, and she says, petition to get Sam to be a regular demo Dave. And she loves her Mulberry Silk as well. Best purchase ever. Amazing. So, amazing. Yeah, don't have to ask me twice. You got the job. You got the job, kid. I love the microfiber cloth. I want to, you know how the punks used to have chains that go down? Was it punks? Or maybe it was the goths or the emos. Goths and emos, actually, more. With a chain that from the... If you want to be cool these days, it's a microfiber cloth. By the way, this is, I hope I'm saying this correctly, is it Vakas Ali from Birmingham? How you doing? It says, can you give a shout out to my big brother Abbas Ali and sister Aisha Bai? They're both watching the show and giving thumbs up. Of course, big shout out, big brother Abbas. What's up? Sorry, that's so 90s, isn't it? Did I just say that out loud? Sorry. And we've got sister Aisha. Big shout out to you. What's up? How's it going? Welcome to the show. Hope you is having like a good time and stuff. Get your drip and then get in your whip. Oh, and somebody says they think they found my long lost twin. They sent a photo in apparently, but our producer hasn't yet fathomed how we can get that on the screen. What's the photo of? It's me looking very gangster-like. Oh, in NCIS. Ah, yes. NCIS, that was a good show. I was photo-bombed by Mark Harmon. I'll show you the photo sometime. I was lying on, as you do, I was lying on a morgue slab because I'd been slightly killed. My character, obviously. And I spent the whole day on this slab. And David McCallum was basically, what do they say? What's the word? Not investigating, analysing my corpse. So between takes, I was just sitting chewing the fat with David McCallum. And while I was doing this, Mark Harmon photobombed me and then sent it to me. And so I think I posted it on my social media, but I'm just name dropping. Yeah, that was my little stint on NCIS. I've done 2 of the NCISs. My first ever show in LA was NCIS Los Angeles, which was good. And I worked with, what was her character name? Was it Hetty? So she was the principal in Kindergarten Cop. Why am I blank? Linda Hunt, Oscar-winning Linda Hunt. And she was absolutely lovely, but she's very wee. And I've got this amazing photo of me standing in a wife beater. They call them in America like the shirt, the vest are called wife beaters, and standing next to her. And it literally looks like you could pick her up and just fit her in my belly. She's teeny, big belly. That was fun. Oh, I've got some stories, I tell you. Back in the days when the entertainment industry lived in Hollywood, which it doesn't anymore. 40% of the studios and rising are now empty. So my intentions to move back to Los Angeles died a death after the strike. But all the production's moving over to the UK and Europe, so hopefully. Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, we're almost at the end of the show. What can I say? We've just got a few moments left if you do still want to email for a shout out or a happy birthday or a dad joke. I haven't had any more dad jokes. I'm trying to think if I know any dad jokes. I usually just make them up on the spot. I can't think for the life of me of a clean joke. I'm racking my brain. I mean, stupid things like, oh yeah, I went to the doctor the other day and I said, "Doctor, every time I drink my tea, my eye hurts." And the doctor said, "Have you tried taking the spoon out?" That's all right, isn't it? That's decent. Yeah. Can I tell you my favourite joke? Have we got time? Can I just say, just buy the Mulberry Silk, all right? And I think the CEO's gone to bed now anyway. This will be the one night he hasn't. But, so, I hope this is clean enough. I went to the doctor and I said, "Dear doctor, I'm having terrible trouble keeping my food down. Every time I eat anything, it just comes back up again." So the doctor said, "Well, after a quick examination. I'm terribly sorry, Mr. Locke, but you're going to have to insert your food into your alternate orifice. I was like, oh, okay. And he said, but come back and see me in a couple of weeks, and we'll see. We'll make sure you're getting on okay. So I walked in a couple of weeks later, like this. Right, Doc. He said, are you okay? I said, yeah, I'm just chewing a toffee. Yeah? How's that? That one was a little bit near the cuff, I think. So, this is from Keith. Hi, Keith. How are you? Hi. I was in a cafe and the lady said, I'm closing soon. So all the cakes are £1. Oh, great. I'll take that one, please. She put it in a bag, placed it on the counter and said, that'll be £2, please. £2? You said all your cakes were £1. But that's Madeira cake. I love it. It works on so many levels because Madeira cake is itself inherently heavy. So I thought you were going to say pound as in weight. But no, because also the word Madeira could be misconstrued as my dearer cake. So you see, it's a multifaceted joke. Well done. Don't think they're funny if you have to explain them, really, are they? So. Oh, there's another one. There's another one. Hi, Rob. Hi, Rob. Thanks for keeping the nation's insomniacs entertained in the wee small hours. Thank you. I appreciate it. I'm glad somebody appreciates it. I've got a joke for you. What do you call a tree with no leaves or branches? A lava tree. Anyway, I won't bog you down with any more lavatory humour for now. And that was Kathy from Sheffield. Thank you very much. I love toilet humour. I've got, yes, as I say, I'm struggling to think of clean jokes. Actually, shall I tell you a dirty joke? Shall I tell you a by the way, buy the Mulberry Silk, it's really good. Come on, Rich, I'll tell you a dirty joke. Closer, closer. Jack fell in the mud. Sorry, all right, I'll tell you a clean one. Jack had a shower. Anyway, was Jill about? Was Jill about? Yeah, she was in the shower with him. It was a family affair. Oh, Paul's got a joke. Go on then, Paul. His girlfriend thinks he's terrible in bed. Kind of an unfair judgment to make in less than a minute. You just made me say that out loud on national television. Thank you. My career, not his, apparently. That was my career. He's taking full responsibility. That's good. I like that. That's very good. Why did the one-eyed bird cross the road? To get to the bird's eye shop. So anyway, these pillows, I'll tell you, these pillows, you've heard of the fountain of youth, right, and the elixir of life. When you sleep on one of these pillows, you literally never age ever again, as long as you sleep on the pillow. Now, by the way, all the facts that I just gave you there are true, except for the words. No, your Mulberry Silk pillow is not going to make you live forever. But I do believe it will allow you to sleep well for as many years as you sleep on it. Or if it's the duvet, sleep under it. There is a serious note here. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm standing up for a better sleep. Britain needs to sleep better with all that's going on in the nation today and yesterday and in the days to come, no doubt. If we can do nothing, if we can enjoy no pleasure other than a simple night's sleep, then that is what we shall do. That is what we must do. And you will not sleep well if you sleep on inferior bedding. You will be hot, and not in a good way, or too cold, also not in a good way. You will not sleep well if you have, I believe, any bedding that contains any sort of synthetic fibre, any sort of feather product, and it will be festooned after a relatively short period of time with bacteria, nasty nifs, and all kinds of other bugs and creepy crawlies like dust mites and such. And can you wash that bedding in order to flush away the things that you ideally would prefer not to be in that bedding? No, you can't. But with mulberry silk, yes, you can. Whether it's a simple pillow, and maybe this is the time you say, you know that Rob, he may know a thing or two about mulberry silk. I'll try the pillow, and then if he's full of sugar, I can always return it. And maybe, if he's right, I can buy more. Good night, everybody. Sleep well soon. I'll see you later.